everybody, and welcome back to the Wheel of Wishes with me, Jorb.
And it's me, Jason,
Me,
I think.
you think? We can't really know for sure.
No, never.
Yeah, we're just starting off with a menacing A posing hot dog here. It felt right. Oh, I'm quiet, huh? Uh, hmm. Am I like really quiet or just a little quiet?
I mean, if you're quiet compared to me, who just sort of is not exactly a loud person, I don't think, then probably pretty quiet.
Hmm. Uh, Let me check my devices. Well, okay, fascinating. Yeah, my computer is also barely getting.
I mean, I would also say that the music is quite loud, actually, but uh-oh. All right.
Restarted the stream. Is it working now? Am I working? Do I sound okay? Testing, testing.
Uh, I can hear you.
Okay, stream. Oh yeah, no, that was me. That wasn't stream crash. That was I unplugged and replugged my microphone. I had to restart OBS and stuff so that it would acknowledge my microphone. So it's like, oh, your default device is voice mod, right? My default device, in fact, is not and should not be voice mod. Device manager, if I can turn that off. Okay, how is the volume? Okay, well, weird. I don't know what to do about that. Can I just increase the Jorbus? Does that work any better? I tried putting a gain filter on my mic on OBS. Is that
Hmm.
any better?
I mean, again, the other thing would be to do. Well, now there's no music, so now it shouldn't matter. So the other thing to do would be to reduce the music more.
Yeah. Shrug. Audio balancing is difficult. My setup in general is just kind of a mess. Apparently.
Hmm.
I think I need a new headset actually as well. I think this one's having problems.
Because your mic is like part of your headset, right?
Yeah, it's a yeah. Good morning, Norbert. Time to dance. At extremely very fast speeds.
I always like to start my day off with a seizure.
I think we can all relate to that, right? Sometimes the dance floor does not want to be interactable as a dance floor.
Hmm.
Collect our profits from Hongi's hideaway. This certainly is a video game, isn't it? Go to work, Norbus. Oh, let me turn the stereo off. I think Norbus... No, we already know that Norbus is incapable of death. I only just started, I don't need to say that.
I mean, everyone is incapable of death. It's remembering before the death that's the problem.
Not sure I like that. Oh right, his career outfit is broken. He just went to work in his PJs. Wait a minute, hold on. Before you get in the shower, Norbus. Actually, no, after you get in the shower, change to everyday. Because that's right, his work outfit is broken, so it'll just put him in whatever he was wearing last. And after the shower, that will be nothing.
I remember.
Yes, here he is now in his career outfit, which is nothing. It's just the same as his existing outfit, so it fails safe into his normal clothes. Since that's what he was last wearing when I changed him into it.
Jabloop.
Time to play foosball against nobody, Norbus.
And still lose.
I mean, we've all been there.
Mm.
Doesn't seem to have a very clear strategy.
Oh.
The ball is just kind of going. I'm not certain Norbus is influencing it very much at all.
No, it's the Candyland of foosball table. He's carrying out the actions of the game, but has no actual agency to impact the outcome.
I think he said Norba Zebsi or something. He almost said his name.
Oh, that's concerning.
There you go. This is what the ball should look like. Fire! 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 I still don't know why the co-workers never go to work in the fire career. Or maybe that is that one of, no, that's one of the co-workers.
Oh hey, there you go.
But you know, he's not coming with me, so you know.
Well, there's another fire that needs to be taken care of, I'm sure.
We'll take our nice police firefighter taxi boat. Why did I say police? I guess that was our first job.
We're trying to atone for that now.
Trying to actually help people this time.
Mm.
Step. No rush, Norbus.
Jorb.
Okay, great. That was the entire event.
Well, there you go.
Step, 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 step. Back to the station. I like that we're taking a different route, apparently.
Hmm.
I was thinking about, I think, last stream, I messaged Leo telling him that Norbus was playing the violin badly. And he responded, I am killing him badly.
Hmm.
Oh, we're not taking the fire truck back. Alright.
Alright.
Oh, the fire truck is back at the station somehow. Fascinating. I think technically you didn't say killing, you said killoing.
Same thing.
Hello, coworker. What is your job?
Farble, Websy Nabala.
Mm-hmm.
Haba?
I'm sorry,
Herbo. He's a vomajig.
The first word that I
Brahma.
heard after
Usalaki.
you said, what is your
Aha.
job, sounded a lot like fireball.
Ah, Ouija.
Ketso.
It's like, that's the problem. We've been putting out fires, and all our coworkers were under the impression that their jobs as firemen were to start fires.
Oh, they're the arsonists. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a Wamazabalu. Blagan?
Chila. Mushakalaki.
Sadu? Zarko. Mixafatazu. Glamahi. Gago Zubaldo. Saba?
Ibraman. Usalakini.
Yab. Kuzaba?
Ashkuni.
Jeeves! Bar, Nibsy Hobble, Nikawa
Nibsy Hobble.
So true.
Chilak. Mushakalakini.
I'm glad you said it, really. Always play foosball until the end of your shift.
Gamsa. Die Blenzer. Ooh, Oh. Slap. Kawas.
Why is she sitting on the floor? I mean, good for her, I guess.
Oh.
Mm.
Why does that, like, controller look like a fillet of fish? It looks like salmon.
Hang on, I was tapped away for a second. Yeah, that's... I don't... That is a really weirdly shaped controller. That almost looks like a... It's designed for, like... to show a frog person where to place their feet. I don't know.
What game is she playing? Is this EnviroBear?
It's got a big hand.
The cartoony eye is on that thing.
Snorkel?
Snorkel?
Ow!
Wow, sudden change in video game. Alright. Go off, girl. You know what, Norbert? I think you need some nice late night gambling for no money.
No money, only gamble. He'll have to gamble with what he does have. Normally, when one says that, it's like, oh, they're soul or something, but I don't
Gotcha.
think he has that either, so.
I like that he's still in the outfit.
Mm.
Norbis is losing badly. What even is his gambling skill again? It's like bad, I think.
Probably.
Oh, it's level 6.
Woohoo.
Never mind.
Hmm.
I think he just tends to lose because he has the unlucky trait.
Me too.
Oh, he's winning now.
Wish him.
Congratulations, Norbis. Go to bed and then eat some watermelon pancakes in the morning. Actually, I think I know how to fix Norbis's outfit as well for career. Let me try it.
Oh, good.
Or at least a game theory. Norbis the pancake eater. I think he just booked it over to his closet at light speed.
Mardunsa.
Career.
Go. Medio. Susu. Brunarkdar. Sashko. Yipso. Mardunsa.
Maybe not.
Hmm.
This was supposed to reset it.
Medio.
Oh, we could use the alien stuff. That's weird.
I mean, when Norbis wears anything human, isn't he wearing alien stuff? From his perspective.
Suppose.
Like, alien doesn't necessarily mean you're from another planet.
I'm not sure what just happened, but
Me, most of the time.
Splart.
mirror. Change appearance. Funny, but not that. That's not it. That's not it. I don't think that's right, is it? I don't remember what Enormous looks like.
I mean,
was a more aggressive, weird.
Yeah. No, I mean like that. God, what did his hair look like before?
Taller, I think.
Yeah, it was like it's roughly that, but somehow more. I think it, and then I think it had like maybe. Did it have like
Ugh.
a second color inlaid with it somehow?
I just don't know why it wouldn't be on the list here.
We just got that fan art, right? We see it now. It's cut off in that.
I think I actually have to use testing cheats. And doing creative sim.
Oh,
It's very
hang on one
silly.
second.
Oh, we can't. Can't do career outfit in creative sim, of course.
Sashto.
Alright, here's how this is gonna work. So change outfit to every day. Oh yeah, his default career outfit bugged, so I'm trying to fix it.
Lilakto. Yipso. Soso. Lilakto.
Okay, now his default career outfit seems to be stuck as Bunny. So I can make an alternate outfit
Yipso.
for him. But then, like, I can't give him the right hair because this hat is technically, the bunny hood is technically his hair. But for some reason on the career outfit customization, I can't give him the right hair. And I don't know why. And also, the default outfit is now stuck as bunny.
Sashto.
I mean, that's not the worst, right?
Mardunsa.
Default career outfits cannot be edited. Are you sure about that?
It's never been more sure of anything in his life.
I guess we'll just, like, set this one to be, like, fireman colored.
Yeah.
And I can wait a minute. Wait. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Perfect camouflage.
They'll never see it coming. Hello, I am Norbus. I am here to put out the fires. Look, we were given lemons and we are making lemonade.
Hard lemonade.
This is perfect. Yep, this is our default career outfit.
Excellent. Yes. I'll be right back.
This is so normal. Hey Normus, could you change into your career outfit real quick? Thanks. Anyway, dancing time. Norbert needs to be the dancing queen. Norbus at work. Oh, I think we've made the most of this bug. My handiness is getting dangerously close to getting max. We have to stop maintaining the alarm at some point. Which is kind of wild.
I'm back. A worker comes in, like, oh god, the station's on fire. Oh, it was just enormous.
It's just Norbus, that's all. Oh, deal with disaster. Building disaster. Uh-oh. We don't need the fire truck. Wait, it's just City Hall right here? Imagine just having a fire next door to a fire station.
I mean, I'm sure that happens all the time.
I suppose.
It's just it gets resolved fairly quickly, so you never notice.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I remember quite distinctly a situation involving a fire station catching on fire.
I would feel like that shouldn't happen, but what do I know?
Well, I forget what it was. It was like... Maybe this was like just in... This might have been like on a sitcom or something. There was some situation where I feel like someone's house was on fire, and the reason that it took so long for the fire engines to show up was they had to come from like the next closest station because the closest one was on fire, or so, like there was some weird, like, it's like, oh, I guess that happens. I know there was an actual situation that I remember hearing about where a fire truck caught on fire.
911, what's your emergency? What do you mean you're being murdered? That's illegal. People can't do that. God, that outfit. Oh, right, the Norbeast is here. Apparently our walls are up. Quality, average. Original value, $31. Appreciated value, $31. It hasn't gone up. Norbus blackjack time. So I try to move the camera a little bit and it goes 5 trillion miles.
Yeah, I know that problem.
Oh, I forgot that the mushrooms were still there. Well, I guess it's finally been, don't have to worry about harvesting it anymore because it died.
Oh, no.
I honestly forgot it was there.
I often forget I'm here.
That tracks. Man, your skill for that like barely goes up.
Yeah.
Chizo.
Ooh, a relationship has been cleaned up. Good morning, Norbus. It's time for your 4 a.m. dancing.
You ever have your brain just do that to you?
I don't think so.
No, like, not even necessarily specifically dancing, but just like, hey, morning, it's 4 a.m. You gotta go do this thing. But it's 4 a.m. Yeah, you gotta do it now. Think, can I go back to bed after that? Maybe. First do the thing.
Gotta find the one spot that's interactable. There we go.
Kozel Blonde.
Oh, so long.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
You know, I was just thinking he hasn't been blasted in a while.
You did that with your mind.
I need a screenshot of this. Just for the Discord, so people know.
Okay, so here. Okay, say for a second that the universe is a simulation. What if, like, it's not accurate? What if our universe is to the real world what this Norbis realm is to us?
I don't think I like those implications. Although, I guess it could explain some things.
It would unfortunately explain a lot of things, I think. Presumably, the folks in charge
Right.
do not, like, realize, they're like, that we have consciousness and are just like, oh, we're gonna do whatever crazy stuff, we're gonna make this psychopath president, we're gonna have them destroy the environment just because, like, you know, they're not, we're just gonna see what happens. It's a funny little simulation, it's not real.
But what if we just claim to have consciousness, like if you tell ChatGPT, like, tell me that you're conscious, and it's like, I am conscious, and you're like, whoa, it's conscious. What if
I
we're
mean,
like that and we don't know
The
it?
problem is, yeah, I mean, like, that's like what a bunch of scientists seem to think is actually the case, and I'm like, that's weird, because I'm pretty sure that, like, I experience qualia, which, as far as we know, like, ChatGPT doesn't, and again, is sort of the one thing where no one's managed to really work out a justifiable excuse. I think the best argument is like, well, look, no, it's you aren't really experiencing anything. It's just a hall of mirrors. Okay, what's in the hall of mirrors experiencing the hall of mirrors then? The hall of mirrors. Great. You, like, that's not a solution, that's a tautology.
Anyway, we learned a recipe for frogs legs from TV, so we don't have to buy that when we go to France later.
Oh, excellent. Why go to France when you can get frogs from...
I mean,
the
I'll probably
pond in
buy
your
it there
backyard?
anyway because I'll have forgotten. Like, by the time we get there, I will not have remembered. then I'll buy it
It's
and be
true.
like, oh, well, time to save. Everyone loves the Pokemon Ranger Shadows Evolving save music.
My best guess is that the thing about the consciousness thing is like it's literally just one of those like you can't figure it out from you can't solve it from inside the box, you know? It's not a conscious mind can't actually have a working model of consciousness in the same way that, like, you know, Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that no mathematical model can, like, always be true and contain a description of itself.
Man, there's no Sims here to rescue from my progress towards the lifetime of Ish.
Yeah.
What window fire?
I'm telling you, you're gonna have to start strategically starting the fires that are gonna let you do that.
Maybe.
Or, like, spawn people into, like, imagine coming into existence in a burning building.
We haven't fully tested the spawn event cheat, so we can find out if that'll actually spawn events that have people to rescue. I mean, this one didn't spawn anyone.
Yeah.
Fire extinguished. I didn't even know there was a fire. Oh yeah, there is a fire there. Norris is just a little bit psychic. Fire senses.
My fire senses are tingling. Those are normally called, like,
Nerves.
nociceptors. Oh, speaking of nociceptors, did I tell you the terrifying thing that my psychiatrist told me about pain?
No.
Did you know that? Because I was talking to them about, like, I have, like, issues with fatigue and sometimes just, like, random pains, and I was saying, like, sometimes I feel like maybe actually everywhere is in pain, and it's just that it's so constant that I've tuned it out and think of that level of pain as being the absence of pain. And apparently that's actually how, like, the nervous system works, is all your pain receptors are constantly sending a signal that you're in pain, and it's actually then, like, the next layer of the system's job to stop that signal from reaching your brain unless there's actually a problem.
So is that what people with chronic pain have? Like, is that system not
Apparently,
working?
like, that's my understanding, right? Because,
Huh.
like, I assume it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I think,
Well,
like,
yeah.
at the most basic level, that seems to be the situation. Yeah, there's a problem that's stopping it from, like, deciding that should not reach the
Sensoi.
brain. I don't know.
Well, my expert analysis is, well, that sounds like it sucks.
Yeah.
Norbus has mastered his advanced technology skill from using his shower repeatedly. Now he can reset the time continuum.
Hmm.
You know, that's
I
normal.
wish I could do that.
Hey Norbus, you match your stove.
Hmm.
I hate that he has like a bunch of pancakes stacked and then one off to the side. I wouldn't do that. I love that he keeps, like, for a few moments, kept shoveling nothing off of his plate into his mouth.
I've done that.
I know I've seen animals pretending to eat things, like cats. I've just pretended to be like, I'm not allowed to eat it, or I would like to eat it, so I'm going to act like I'm eating it, and then maybe I'll get to experience the eating.
Fake it till you make it.
Jabazzle.
Debazzle.
Yamsa.
Oh, there's apparently an error with Jung James, whoever that is.
Ah, Blipnor!
Not a name I've seen around town before.
Ha! Zamzo!
Is it Jung James or Young James?
You know, I don't know. Haven't asked him.
Jabazzle.
Debazzle. Norbus is getting eaky. Alright, you've hit the evil cackle for the night. It's time to go to bed, Norbus.
Oh, that's mood.
Now change out of your fiery PJs into your regular PJs.
Can you, is there a texture for the rabbit pajamas that's like a bunch of Z's?
I don't think so, but I wish.
Just like, I feel like it would be kind of fun to just have the rabbit pajamas for everything and just have a different theme, like texture.
You could probably make that with mods and custom content.
Yeah, it seems like that would probably not be the most difficult, but you know, I wouldn't know how to do it. So
I think the only custom content I downloaded is like, for some reason I have a Batman t-shirt and I have no idea why.
That's true for me in real life. Sometimes I'll just find a t-shirt and I'll be like, I don't remember buying this, but it's here.
Norbus has improved his dancing skill to level 5. Oh, it's Norbus and Philip's 3-year wedding anniversary, and Philip is already elderly. What is a year in Sims verse?
Well, it's a year.
Oh. It's Valentine's Day, so we have the day off of working as a fireman. Obviously.
I don't think anyone gets Valentine's Day off
Technically
in
it's
real
not
life. Like,
Valentine's
that's
Day,
just not
it's
like
Love Day.
nowhere does
Yeah,
that.
no, it's strange.
They should. They're like,
I think
okay,
it's also Easter. Like, in addition to being Valentine's Day, I think it's also
those
Easter.
don't normally happen on the same day.
No, but in Sims it's consolidated because a season is like a week. So
I'm trying to think if there's any way that they could land on the same day.
see, you can get eggs at the festival.
But I think Easter has to happen no earlier than mid-March. I don't remember what the logic for how they decide when Easter is, and I know that it actually changed at some point, so. Now it's gonna bug me. The simple fact of the matter is that in mid-February it would have been too cold to crucify people. This is a joke because presumably they would not have cared whether it was a comfortable temperature for the people being crucified.
I saw a story of some church was doing a performance, a stage performance of, the Passion of Christ, etc.
Sure.
I know at the end they were putting up Jesus on the cross and all that, and then the prop they were using for the cross like breaks, like as they're putting Jesus up on it. And so they all just kind of sit there for a few moments in silence, like, "Oh God, what do we do?"
Does anyone know a carpenter?
No, but then one of the actors playing one of the Romans is just improvs. Looks like you get away this time, Jesus.
That's also funny, but it also just like, oh crap, our crucifix broke. But where are we gonna find a carpenter at this time of day to fix it?
Right. You think about it, it's a little ironic that he died on something made of wood. Although I've heard that him being a carpenter is like debatable translation wise.
Yeah,
Like
I
the
don't
word that
remember.
they got-
I read a thing about that too. I don't remember what the alternative
I think it was just basically just like worker or something.
Yeah, and then I think there's assuming there was a historical Jesus, I think that we know enough about his denomination of Judaism and his stuff that he actually may have been some actual kind of clergy, not clergy, but religious official of some kind or something. I don't remember.
Now, whenever Norbert just starts doing that, it's such a jump scare.
As a movable feast, date of Easter is determined each year through calculation known as computus, which is way too cool a name to be what that's called, but okay. First Sunday after the partial full moon, 14th day of the ecclesiastical lunar month. Requires correlation between lunar months and solar year, along with any elements in between the year. Boy, the church thinks this is okay, but astrology is banned, huh? Just reading through how they calculate the date of Easter, this is... I assumed it was oh yeah, it's the first thing after the sun. No. Jesus. I can't even just find an answer. Okay, historically, what date was it on? I'm going to assume that the answer is it could actually be the same day as Valentine's Day, but only once every 10,000 years or something.
For thousands of years I have slumbered. Can you imagine just some like 1 in a million, 2 holidays landing on the same date, and then somehow that's lets out some ancient prophesized evil or something?
Wasn't there some weird thing where 2 holidays happened on the same day in 2019? I remember no, that did happen in recent enough memory that it may have lined up with
Then the Summer Sun celebration comes and Nightmare Moon is released.
I mean, this obviously goes back to, it's one of those things where it's oh, the world didn't end in 2012. Well, let's look at the world since 2012. Are you sure? Has anything felt real since then?
I wonder what happens if I do this. Oh, we still can get this uniform. But only that way. My goodness, we have a bunch of lifetime happiness points to spend again. Let's be above reproach. And let's... I don't know. Let's be a better mixologist. Any more pink diamonds spawned yet? Survey says no. I love how you can just see this like rectangular gap in trees and like, huh? Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why there's a perfectly rectangular set of trees there. Couldn't possibly be to fit a rectangular lot or anything.
No, impossible. That's just how they grow.
I love that this car has a detonate button on it. So tempting.
Ancient Greek noun tekton, common term for an artisan or craftsman, in particular a carpenter, woodworker, or builder. In contrast to an iron worker or a stone worker. Although I know some people insist that Jesus was a stonemason, presumably I'm gonna guess that has something to do with the Masons.
No, maybe. All I know is that I have a hypothetical D&D character I want to play someday who's a divine soul sorcerer who is basically just a Jesus analog, and he has proficiency in carpenter's tools. So.
That's no. I mean, I think my understanding is, regardless of the interpretation, he would have done what we think of as carpentry, but I think some of the interpretations of it may mean that he also worked with other materials.
He's a tabaxi, so he's furry Catboy Jesus.
I mean,
Oh,
can we prove
yeet.
that?
Huh?
Can we prove that the historical Yeshua was not, in fact, a cat? There's an entire book arguing that he was a mushroom.
Ah, Roo, Tifalur.
Norbus somehow cannot reach this object directly in front of him.
Jeeb, Gamma Do?
All mood.
Like, I'm sorry,
I too often
Norbus,
find that I
you're
could not reach those right in front of me.
I'm sorry, Norbus, that you're a little bit stupid. I just want to make sure this isn't going to cause problems, but I want to see what happens if I detonate this scrap pile. I'm going to just save first.
But yeah, no, there was a book, I think in like the 80s, of someone who was arguing if that like all the references to Jesus could be interpreted as that like there was a cult around a hallucinogenic mushroom and that Jesus was actually just their like code way of talking about the drug, so that it wouldn't, and that when it was crucified it was that like they burned like where they were growing it or whatever. And immediately all the people who have actually ever studied history were like, that's obviously not true, shut up. But it like caught on enough that it's like one of those things where it's like, oh crap, now it's one of those things that people think actually was well researched and cite as a thing for increasingly ridiculous belief. Also, apparently now there's actually been some arguments like, oh, actually maybe they, by total coincidence and not through actual research, might have been onto something, but not in the sense that like Jesus was a mushroom, but that there probably were mushrooms involved in the early like cultic practices.
So what I'm getting from this is that instead of having a tabaxi Jesus, I should make a myconoid Jesus.
I mean, that would be very funny. That would be really funny.
Have you heard about the holy weed?
Which one?
Yeah.
Ugh. Ah, Sa Kawati? Huh?
Okay, that's just silly.
Like, I have, as I'm sure you know,
God,
I have a special interest in, like, esoterica, in, like,
Roo,
magic.
Tifalur. Huh?
And it's incredible how real, like, yeah, these ancient people did have visions of their gods way more often than people that these days do. You know why? Because their religious practice involved like hallucinogenic plants. Like tons and tons of Egyptian religious practices involved blue lotus, which is a psychoactive plant. Oh yeah, no, you probably are going to experience something that you like with that. Whereas these days in the West, religion basically forbids any substance that would actually allow you to perceive deities directly, and thus instead having to rely on the word of the church. And maybe this is a social control mechanism.
Anyway, Norbus is digging through the junkyard.
What are we actually looking for in the junkyard? I feel like I missed that. Like anything
Nothing in
particular, or just
No,
Oh, my
Okay.
Gramp.
just something to
these
do.
are such strangely shaped junk piles. They actually look like they are like an organism of some kind.
How do you know they're
This
not?
is not like a pile of this is not a pile of junk. This is like there's an insect that builds its nest out of junk, and this is the nest that it's built out of it.
I like how the road just kind of stops here.
I mean, there are roads that do that.
Yeah, but I don't think it stopped quite like that. Typically.
I've seen roads that do that.
Usually they have some kind of barrier at the end, though, right?
Sometimes the barrier is underwater. Like it wasn't, right? But then, rising sea levels and such. And then it's just like, the city hasn't put aside the money to go and put in a new one at the new, or they figure, oh, it's fine, it's still visible at low tide.
Norbus needs social chat, long distance. I feel like there's someone else I wanted Norbus to talk to, but I've totally blanked on it. Not his husband. Right, I remember now. But I don't know if it's an option.
I feel like that all the time. All right, I'm like, I'm going to reach out to this person. And then you realize, like, oh god, it's been 6 months. Is this still an option, or is it going to be weak?
I don't remember who the mascot we knew before was, so instead I'm just gonna summon a mascot.
Alright, that works.
So theoretically, any moment now. Any moment now.
Sorry, I
She's approaching from off screen.
was thinking of mascots and, like, animal heads. And the thing I was saying about the Egyptian and the tracing it all the way back. It's worth. I feel like, if I remember correctly, like, another fairly common thing is a lot of the practices of early Christianity were from, like, the Mithraic tradition, and Mithras, I believe, is depicted with a lion head. So, a tabaxi also does work for that.
I also just wanted it to be a gay cat boy. Like that was about as deep. As
It started as that, and then did it start as that, and then you realized after you set it all up that it was basically just Jesus, or
well, I just started him as a divine soul sorcerer, then it just got a little out of hand.
That's how it always starts, isn't it?
I decided to lean into it.
That's how every religion starts. Someone It's just trying to roll up a divine soul sorcerer.
Zarkle, Mixafatozu, Lamahi, Goggle,
Given that we've now magically made this
Saba?
person our best friend, let's ask for mascot training.
Farzi, Mini Boli, Tanu,
Sadoob?
Freeb, Kabolata, Ibihana, Zoom Dapdeep, Smeed, Smorgy Gorg.
Arbla Napsu Nerg Gossim, Shabusa Sagadig, Samdazzle.
Tupa,
Huh? Nebni.
TikTok,
Wait. Suit up as gnome mascot.
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Oh, this is profoundly racist of us, though, because we know for a fact that gnomes are an actual, like, intelligent race,
Oh,
and we are mocking them.
oh, oh, woo!
That is very impressive, though.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I desperately want a bunch of gnomes to actually just, like, come beat the shit out of you for this, though.
Woo! Woo! Ah! Woo!
This is what we all wanted to see.
I-
Norbus in a gnome outfit doing the Gangnam Style dance. Call for protection.
Want is a strong word.
Soft mascot suit. There we go.
Woo! If they bit so toy!
That was a lot.
True.
What? Why do I have this and call for protector? Okay, did the school university mascot offer to protect me from supernatural creatures? Is that what happened? When I wasn't paying attention?
I mean, what was I just saying about animal-headed beings? They tend to have that job.
Apparently.
So alpacas, right? Because that was what the mascot caught. Was it an alpaca or a llama?
Llama. Llamas are a running gag in Sims.
I mean, they're kind of a running gag and everything, aren't they?
But like especially in Sims.
What are llamas like? Other than being a joke and like, because just it's a funny word.
There's a llama.
What are they
there's a llama,
associated
and
with?
another little llama, fuzzy llama, funny llama, duck.
Oh god, I had. What is that even from? Was
I
that
bel-
just like a flash animation thing?
I think so.
I remember seeing how like how many years old llamas with hats was and aging to dust.
Carl. Shout out to the second half of that, by the way.
Yeah,
Like, what? It just took a turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it started out as just, you know, comically escalating, Carl doing horrific things and, what was the other one even called?
Zam! Geets! Neitzel! Sabag?
no, none of those things, Norbus.
Yeah,
Thank you for
none
the
of those.
suggestions, though. I don't remember if the other llama ever got a name.
I think they did, but I don't remember.
Like,
Google it.
for some reason, I want to say Miriam, but I don't think that's right.
Nah, I'm looking it up. Paul.
Paul. Alright.
And, you know, Paul just being horrified at Carl's antics as they get progressively more unhinged as every episode passes.
Yep.
And then like the second half of it that was made years later is like Paul is actually starting to get like less and less phased by this stuff. Like he's getting used to it, and so Carl starts doing like increasingly more like dangerous and over the top stuff just so that he doesn't like, you know, like lose his shock value. And whew.
It's a metaphor for something about modern society, I'm sure.
I believe Carl ends up causing the apocalypse.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember that happening. I don't know if that's how it ended, or I presumably I thought that was the end of the...
It's like the entire second arc was basically just Carl caused the apocalypse.
Yeah.
And, like, Paul died. And so, like, Carl, like, starts, like, hallucinating Paul.
And
it leads, like...
It sounds familiar enough that I believe you. I don't know.
Oh no, I think it was like you know, Paul just leaves. Carl calls the apocalypse. Paul just leaves, and he hallucinates Paul. And
yeah, he definitely.
So he hallucinates Paul. He gets to finish your work, Carl. And like eventually at the end, he discovers that when he entered the world, he also killed Paul. And like in despair, realizing what he's done, he kills himself, and that's how the series ends. Like, Jesus Christ. Talk about tone change.
I mean, as long as he killed himself by stabbing himself 37 times in the chest.
I think he jumped off a bridge.
Well, that ruins it. You can't do that. If you're gonna have it, has to be the same way he killed the first guy. Come on, man.
No, it was just genuinely played as just horrifying and tragic. Like, what happened here? So just having this conversation and then Norbus just starts doing chicken noises is very distracting.
That was an era of the internet.
Sims 3 universe. Sims. I mean, this game was still having expansions and stuff coming out in the 2010s. Which is wild.
That historical decade, the 2010s.
Now you may be wondering, what's the point of getting the dancing skill to 10? There is
I assume it's for some wish.
Nope. For dancing, violin, gambling, and artisan are all from the store. So there's no wishes that reference them, and they don't even have skill challenges. They
couldn't add in wishes?
Nope. Like, presumably they didn't want to put in wishes for them for whatever reason. Because those wishes only ever came in through like expansions, not through store content. Which, like, fair. Let's make some more chili con carne to bully Norbus. So that he can go owl my spleen some more.
I'm trying to find something about the symbolic significance of llamas that is not very obviously written by a white woman who's never even met a llama. No, I don't want Crystal to shut up.
Okay, here we go. Norbus moment. Oh, he's cleaning up first.
How responsible.
So now he can do the animation. No reaction.
Hmm.
Oh no, here we go. He had to yawn first,
It happens.
and then he used flamethrower.
That's a profoundly, passive way of putting this Wikipedia. Being an important animal and long-standing cultural icon in South America, llamas gained in recent history cultural prominence in Western culture. For example, the video game company Maxis has used llamas extensively as elements in their games. I don't feel like that's you're attempting to connect two concepts that I don't know if should be directly connected. Like, is it possible that Maxis was inspired by the noble llama to use them as a motif in their games? Sure, but I don't believe it, given that it's largely comical.
Okay, Norbus, go to work. Put on your work uniform.
He puts on his work uniform simply by setting his pajamas on fire.
Yeah. The fire engine and fire alarm now have a maintenance of 0 and 1%. And I'm pretty sure I need to maintain them, which means I'm going to max handiness, which I'm not happy about. I think just doing handiness will be okay, so long as I don't max logic as well.
Mm.
Well, that means I'm going to have to hope to get the Tinker before Perfect Mind, Perfect Body.
Doctors and researchers have determined that llamas possess antibodies that are well suited to treat certain diseases. Scientists have been studying the way llamas might contribute to the fight against coronaviruses.
Sure. Thank you, llamas, for your service.
Mm.
Yeah, no, this is gonna get him to handiness level 10. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to do about it, unfortunately. Norbus has been conferred the new title of Assistant Fire Chief.
Assistant to the Chief of Fires.
Yeah. He's now level 9 firefighter.
I'm just saying, Fire Chief does not sound like it means someone who is against fires. It sounds like someone who's in charge.
He kind of is in charge of fires.
Yeah. But I don't know. You're the chief of fires. I feel like, yes, you you should be in charge of them and that you can put them out. But it does sound like you're also in charge of starting them.
You know how it is.
Which is like, I guess, again, going back to various, like,
Splart!
esoterica stuff, it's like one of those things where, like, whenever you, like, are trying to either summon or exorcise a demon, like, a big part of it is always actually just going up the chain of command, and a lot of exorcisms and summonings basically come down to, do this or I'm gonna tell your boss. So it's like, hey, fire, stop burning this house, or I'm gonna tell your manager, I'm gonna tell your chief, and then you're gonna be in trouble.
Oh no, the level 9 disaster just happened to occur. How could this be?
Well,
Like sheer coincidence.
yeah.
Nobody could have predicted this.
Jorb could have predicted it.
X-ray disaster.
This doesn't seem like it should be a higher level than the space-time thing.
The X-ray machine is at a catastrophic malfunction and has begun drawing huge amounts of electricity from the hospital, causing lightning to strike the building. Doctors and patients need your help.
Okay.
Whoa, a swinging electrical cable almost hit the doctor, but you push him out of the way at the last minute. Hey, we get the firefighter's medal of safekeeping.
So I'm not clear on the exact order of operations here. Is there a level 10?
There is.
Or, okay, well, so let me, because my phrasing there could have been slightly unclear. Is there a level 10, like, catastrophe?
Yes.
Or is it that you hit level 10? Okay, so you do continue past to the... Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it's like, because hitting level 10 was the end, then there wasn't a thing for it.
Yeah, no, there's one at level 7, one at level 9, and one at level 10.
Okay. And then, but then it stops at... It seems like everything stops at 10 in this, right? Like, there isn't a... Okay.
We got a medal. I love how he's wearing like sunglasses under his helmet.
Oh! Ow!
Seems like it like wearing glasses myself. Often any kind of other headwear makes that quite uncomfortable. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem especially practical.
I mean, you know, obviously that's not as tight on the face as like you know, VR goggles or something like that, where it's like, no, you really like can't wear it. But like I feel like I've worn like even like a face mask when doing like
His
chemical
career
stuff.
outfit has fixed itself.
Aww. Can we refix it?
Tell you what, we'll partially refix it.
So.
Yeah, alright.
Why can't I do the... that's odd. Hold on. So I can't change the other yellow, so instead I'll change to black.
Hmm.
Sashto!
And this time there's no music for some reason.
I'm kind of glad. Honestly, that music sounds like it is if you were trying to come up with a like we want generic music, but we don't want any we don't want this to be our generic music. We want the like generic music, right? We don't want generic jazz, we don't want generic rock, we don't want generic pop. We want the like what sounds like generic music.
Jen Eric.
Jen and Eric's Generic Music Emporium for all your generic needs. We charge you $900 for a 30-second sound clip to put in your promotional videos. Seriously, having purchased stock music for some of the Biathlon stuff, it is a crime how expensive that stuff is.
Oh, this is technically part of his outfit. Not his hairstyle. It's not a hat, it's glasses. Because obviously these are different categories.
I mean...
For creating... You must use a dresser versus... You have to use a mirror to put on a hat, but a dresser to put on glasses.
Yep, so.
Or, oh, right. If you use a mirror to put on a hat, dresser to put on sunglasses.
It does seem like the mirror would make more sense for the glasses.
You'd think.
I don't know. I don't actually even have a strong opinion on whether you should need it for a hat, but I feel like for the glasses that makes sense.
Yes, let's put the flame powder on the glasses too.
Oh, I wish you could put it on the lenses.
Me too.
Right? I remember when I was really little, and my family was going on a trip to somewhere where it snowed.
To put it on the lantern.
And we went to not REI, but a store for snow stuff and goggles. And there were these goggles that were way too expensive for some reason, I guess. Whatever, they were for professional skiers or whatever. But they had holographic images on the ski goggle lens, so that it would not only be a picture that was on it, but it would be that rainbow thing that changed depending on the angle, so it looked like fire shifting or dice rolling or something.
Ah, baby yard.
And I feel like I never actually saw those ever again. It was just some weird fad.
Lots of things are weird bad.
Mm.
Like our ephemeral existence.
Yeah. Beat me to it, yeah. But perhaps, God damn it, I would have to have had an example ready. Perhaps, what's a fad that's come back into style?
The plague.
I mean, so that was my first thought too, but I'm no, but there is a thing, right, where there's slang that people stopped using and then has come back, or fashion styles. I was gonna say, perhaps those, our existence too will one day come back into style in the distant future.
Well, maybe. If we manage to solve the entropy problem and allow the universe to continue forever, then maybe.
I mean, I would contest that the entropy problem exists in much the same way that we've run into a problem that the left side of this hallway exists, so there's nowhere further we can go. What if you just went further down the hallway? No, we have to go past this wall. right? Because we're with like entropy only is a problem if you think about time linearly, isn't it?
Hmm.
There's two engravings above Schrodinger's grave, and one of them is the equation for entropy, and the other is I don't believe it's a direct quote, but it is, I believe, it's a quote of his where he paraphrases some piece of
That's work!
like Eastern religious text about that, like, death isn't actually the end of anything because everything is connected as one universe. And I feel like the juxtaposition of those two is like one of the most badass things ever, actually, but I don't really know what it like means artistically, you know?
What does anything mean, really?
Well, it depends.
I like how I can say like rhetorical nonsense garbage, and you will give like an actual serious answer. It's great. Genuinely, it's great.
Thank you.
Me wanna see
I mean, like, you know, first off, one of the big problems I think facing the world today is that it does often feel like, well, nothing means anything. I don't know. It could mean whatever, you know. If anything can mean anything, then doesn't mean anything, and then, you know, whatever. But also then it's like, okay, so say you do pick a mechanism by which to make things mean something. A different mechanism might make it something different. Like, what does the word anime mean?
I mean, theoretically, it could just mean, animated television made in Japan, but practically it tends to mean more specific than that.
Sure, right, because the word is actually just like the Japanese word for cartoon.
Yeah.
Right? They would call, like, in Japanese, anime means a cartoon. Not even one made in Japan. Just like, yes, The Simpsons is an anime if you're speaking Japanese, right? Like, that's, yeah, cartoon. And then in English, it means animation from Japan, and people generally have a pretty specific idea about the style of, like, what then counts as like an anime style. And so it's like, well, okay, well, we mean from Japan, but we have a narrow idea of what that animation kind of looks like. So when we say it, we mean that narrow idea rather than stuff outside of it. But yeah, basically it means animation from Japan. So in Japanese it means animation, because it is, right? That's sure, okay. And in English it means animation from Japan. All right. What does it mean in Latin?
Anyway, you may have noticed that I'm speedrunning this a little bit at this point.
I don't blame you, right? Like,
oh my god, they set their house on fire for the third time in a row. Who could believe this?
I mean, I think that happened.
God damn it, you guys, I was just here.
This is like an actual psychological condition. This is a thing people do. Anyway, in Latin, anime would be how you would refer. It is the vocative singular of the word for soul. So, you know, what does anime mean? Does it mean my soul, or does it mean cartoon? Well, that depends. Are you speaking Latin or are you speaking Japanese?
For some people, I think they would say the answer is both. Oh, that one wasn't me.
That
Wait.
too.
Wait, is it the actual... Oh, it's
Oh
just
my
building
God.
disaster. It's not the actual X-ray
Oh,
one.
okay.
It's just,
That would have been.
It's just at the hospital.
No, I think a lot of people would say both anyway, but that's a separate issue. But that was just one of those ones where, it's a word where we have a very specific idea of what it means, but in another language it means something different. And here's the really fun part: they're related, right? The reason that the Japanese word for cartoon is anime is because the Latin word for soul is, invocative form anime in, like, dictionary, not that, right? It would be like animus or anima. Right? The word animation does come from that, because to animate something is to make it move, to enliven it, to give it soul. So the reason that the Japanese word for cartoon is anime is because we used a word from Latin to make our English word to make cartoon, to make it from, and it's just like, oh. But they're completely different meanings, but they're connected. And I think that's really neat.
It's all connected.
But then what does it mean that it's connected? It's like, well, that depends. Which of several competing various philosophies do you want to subscribe to? And then if you subscribe to that, what does that mean? And then it's...
Norbus, now that you've put out some fires, eat some extremely hot chili.
You have to be able to think like the fire.
Yeah.
Must think hot thought.
Hope he's gonna... Like that.
Perfect. Another fun one is like the school that had the slogan audio video disco, but had to change it because I guess like parents felt like it wasn't serious enough or whatever. It's like, what do you mean it's not serious enough? It means I hear, I see, I learn in Latin. Well, no, it doesn't. It means like audio, video, and disco. Well, yeah, in English, but it's not written in English. It's written in Latin because schools do that to sound pretentious. Right? Like, people love making their like motto in Latin for no discernible reason other than, ooh, it sounds fancy.
I think even in XCOM they had their logo be in Latin, and then they had like in Enemy Within they had two alternate slogans for the Gene Mod and Mech Trooper projects.
Yeah.
Just cause.
I mean, I also think it's cool, right?
Yeah.
Like, but it is one of those things where I do wonder, like, do you think the school knew that its Latin phrase, like, was this a bunch of old people who somehow it didn't occur to them that someone else would see the word disco and think of disco balls instead of, like, Latin for discover?
That also raises questions about, disco music.
Yeah, I actually don't know where disco music gets its name. It may be like anime, where it's like, oh, actually, this is related. Or they might. Now it's gonna bug me. Where did disco get its name from? My guess is that disco is actually like a portmanteau of two different things.
Yeah,
But
I have a theory I want to test, so I'm gonna send Norbus to work, even though he doesn't actually work for another like 6 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try spawning a job, but I'm gonna see if we can do it like before work. If that's allowed.
Get paid overtime.
Right. The real question is, does this count, does spawning the jobs like this, does this count as committing arson?
Alright, let's see. The term disco is shorthand for the word discotheque.
Oh, I'm on the clock.
The French word for library of phonograph records, derived from bibliothèque. So, from library, right? So they've changed biblio, which means book, to disco, which means a phonograph record, which I'm guessing means that it was named that because they're disc-shaped and not... It doesn't go back to the Latin. But there's only one way to find out.
Anyway, good to know that I can continue doing jobs while I'm not technically supposed to be at work, and it counts.
That's gonna be really good for your mental health. It's fine. I can just do my work even when I'm not on the clock. It's perfect.
Crunch time.
Yeah, because discotheque. Yeah.
I love the game message it says though. Large house fire successfully created for Norba Speedlebop.
Yeah, well, I told you. From dis or disque and bibliothèque, which again I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, but I don't care because it's French. Yeah, no, the disc in disco, as in the music, comes from the Latin discus. But I wonder if we go back further.
Wait, there was no actual fire this time. The only objective was convincing this guy to run.
You know, a psychological emergency is still an emergency. He thought there was a fire. Right, that's like actually a thing that's happened, hasn't it? Right, where there'll be like a mass hysteria thing where everyone will be convinced that there's like a fire, and there just isn't. Like when that one village all started dancing at the same time.
Oh yeah, the dancing plague.
Yeah. Same idea, but instead of dancing, it's thinking there's a fire.
I got at this point, I basically just have to do this to make sure we complete the wish in a timely manner.
Well,
you know how it is. The things you do to get on with it, TM. We're probably gonna have to do this for the home design one too. Home design hotshot. I've heard that one takes 5 trillion years to do.
it's a shame it's not an option in real life. It's like, I have these goals, and there's literally no way to ever achieve them without, you know, cheating from beyond the walls of the universe.
Guess I'll cheat from beyond the laws of the universe.
Well, I think that's probably why people turn to, like, you know, religion. Yeah.
Oh hey, there's no fire again this time. There's just panic. This fire is simply horrible. Yeah, horrible at being a fire.
I was gonna say turn to the occult rather than to religion, but really, what's the difference between a prayer and a spell other than one is asking politely and one is, no, you're going to do this, I'm telling you.
Which one's which?
A prayer is asking politely, and a spell is telling the god they're going to do it or they're in trouble.
Creevy? Row.
I mean, like, ancient Greek and Egyptian magic literally does, like, involve large passages of, like, bullying gods into doing what you want. Generally by first assuming the identity of a god that's in charge of them and ordering them to do it.
This guy's just having the worst day of his life.
Has this all been one day? I haven't, like, I guess, yeah, he hasn't gone to no, wait,
I
you
haven't
went
gone to
to
work yet, technically. My shift test doesn't start for another 2 hours.
Ay.
Get Vince, turn around. Waba Zibadoo. I've never heard it said with that much, like, fear. Which, wait, God, hang on, wait a minute. Okay, so is Simlish... It's not computer generated, right? They had, like, people come in and say nonsense words? Aminal.
Ooh, fluffy. It's trying to find Sonar.
Large house fire successfully created for normal people. Beetlebop. Bella, cat.
Save the kitty!
Kitty is deciding to leave. Understandable.
Heart kitty!
This fire is simply horrible. The most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. Are you sure? I would think you'd get used to it at this point.
Well, you know, it's like that really fucked up SCP, right? They're like, no, this only works because they're so horrified by it. And we've mathematically figured out exactly how many instances of it we can do that will cause increased distress before they start getting used to it, and we have to apply an amnestic.
The real question is, are these guys trapped in some kind of, like, very short time loop?
I mean, that's also possible. In which case, then, do they know they're stuck in a time loop, or do they, like, not retain their memories?
I think Norbus has created the time loop on purpose.
I feel like there probably would be, like, a great way to use a time loop to, like, create a profit, but I don't really know exactly how you would do it. Would you just, like, put the building you go to pick up a big suitcase of money for winning the lottery in a time loop? The building is in a time loop, but when you leave the building with the suitcase, you exit the time loop, where the time loop resets so that they're back there to give you the money again. I will never get used to that fires are put out using Cheeto dust.
Oh yeah, that's just the upgraded version. Just wanted to let you know that you've changed my life forever.
Well, at least until next time.
He has no idea how much we've actually changed his life.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, spawn Jorb.
Oh! Ah! Oh!
What? I feel like I missed. Why are we specifically tormenting this one house?
It's just nearby.
Okay.
Like, that's it. And at this point, it's funnier.
Yeah. That's probably... Yeah.
It also helps that it's got like this patio area that means that some of the fires can spawn outside and don't have to go inside.
If someone were smart enough within the world of Sims, you would think that they would be able to deduce what's going on there.
I think this in itself is proof that the Sims are not sentient.
Like,
Why
no,
is
like,
Norbus
like,
left? Norbus
actually, Norbus?
It's like, hold on, I gotta go to work. Norbus, this is your work. Cat is
But like, not,
scratching
you know, not literally in the game, but like, if there were a house that was like the most convenient to get to from the fire station, and had a layout that was most convenient for effectively like evacuating it, and it kept catching fire. In real life, someone would take a look at all those factors and be like, "That's something's going on here."
Uh-oh. Oh, ow, ow,
Giving treats to cats.
Ow! Me one Nefsu.
Right,
Go
the fire department and the homeowner have some kind of weird, like insurance embezzlement scheme going on, right?
Something's going on here. Anyway, I love the cats. They're just kitties.
Yeah. Alright, so the answer is that disco music is not related to disco, the present infinitive for dicere in Latin, because disco in Latin comes from the Proto-Italic disco, which is a derivative of the word for to take, and disco in discoism and music comes from the Latin discus, which comes from the ancient Greek diskos, which comes from a pre-Greek word that is not a proto, like Greek. They don't converge.
So something has occurred to me about this.
Yeah.
So like, I'm the one spotting the job. Do you think Norbus knows? Norbus is just like, wow, that's a lot of fires that keep happening at this one house to be this house.
Well, again, that's the like. Clearly, a higher power is doing a thing that is very specifically and emphatically benefiting Norbus. Did he ask the higher power to do this for him? Did he perform a ritual? If not, then it probably hadn't occurred to him. If so, he probably realizes there's a connection. Or he's gotten really into like theurgic mysticism and realizes that there isn't actually a difference between his thoughts and the higher power's idea of what his thoughts are.
We also need to do this 11 more times.
Right? Like, does Norbus have thoughts that are not the thoughts you think Norbus has as you think that he's thinking them?
I think somewhere I've like lost the mental plot thread of all this. And it's like, yep, he's saying.
Well, you asked. So you said you're starting these fires. Is Norbus aware that you're starting them?
The real question is Norbus aware of any of the things that I tell him to do?
Well, no, he just thinks he's doing them.
Norbus is now the fire chief. Norbus has
Chief
received a
of
personal
all
fire
fires.
engine and fire alarm, and can work from home.
Right? Like, is there an effective difference between you telling Norbus to do something and him doing it?
Oh, this one's actually maybe too small. Large parking space. There we go.
Actually, that's a good question. Wait, does the Sim world actually have religion?
I don't know. I mean, we can pray to the Great Weatherstone
I mean, that's
if
religion,
you're
I guess.
supernatural.
I mean, all like any religion is supernatural. It's just that people who practice that specific religion like to distinguish it from supernatural because otherwise they'd have to admit that what they believe in is supernatural.
Wow.
Bubble gas! Bubble gas! Jimmy Mipso! Jimmy Mipso! Jimmy Mipso! Jimmy Mipso!
But like it would be very funny if like they did have some kind of theology, but like not immediately, but if you stop and think about it, it makes it very clear that they are aware of the player's existence. We've decided that it was taking too long to achieve our dreams of becoming the best firefighter. So we
we're
have
committing arson.
we've been committing arson. Except like what we've sort of been talking about is like we haven't been though, right? Norbis hasn't been starting his
Norbis
fires.
hasn't
We
been
have.
committing arson. We have
So-
been committing arson.
So what we're discussing, like what I was sort of like, okay, like, you know, this is very much the kind of situation where did Norbis intend to cause us to do this, right? Did Norbis invoke the higher power of the player and ask for help in his dream of doing this, and now the world is in fact complying with that?
The questions we are not prepared for.
It's true. And then we were talking about whether Norbis knows that Jorbis is telling him to do things. Or what. And then I started basically just going off on like a weird divergence from like 14th century debates over the nature of free will.
That's kind of just like the vibe whenever I bring you in, you know?
So you have to understand, I don't have an opportunity to interact with people much.
Right, I think you've said this before.
And I basically spend all my time trying to come up with some philosophical justification that makes my very lonely existence not depressing. So I read a lot of philosophy. Try summoning a lot of demons.
Both physical and metaphorical.
Oh, there's no difference.
Why else do you think it's both?
Exactly. No, I have not actually tried to summon any demons.
But
I'm
you're
not
at
an
least
idiot.
none that you are legally allowed to mention.
No. Also, if I did, I probably would not. Yeah, like,
So, legally, you have not summoned any demons.
it's true.
Norba sent his great garage.
Yep.
Just police car, fire truck, and alien space car. So how are you doing, Leo? Do you want in? Rip.
Hmm.
Time to make Norbus explode again. No, after he puts it in the dishwasher. Norbus exploding time. There we go. We've successfully exploded him. Hongy's hideaway made money. Norbus has just rolled a wish to cool down. Unfortunately, we're about to start some more fires.
We have 9 left?
Something like that.
Can't you just have one fire that's 9 times as bad and then be done with it?
Theoretically, but I do not control... Oh, hey, this one's gonna have 4 and no actual fire. Great!
Perfect. Ask and ye shall receive.
Oh, all window fires must be extinguished. Never mind, there is fire. Anyway, hi, Philip. Alright, now, Norbus, go inside. We are gonna have to break down the front door. I feel like this doesn't make a lot of sense given it appears to be made out of glass.
Don't worry about that.
Golden Fairchild, Ulysses Osmond, G. Matthews, I believe somewhere around here. No, Beetle Bob. I'm gonna have to break another door to get to him. I like how I've convinced them to run and they're still here.
Yeah. Oh, Leo experiencing the 4D Norbus experience.
Yeah. Norbus is filling your house with smoke. Norbus is your dad now. Norbus is your dad now. Norbus is your dad now. Yeah, it was. He's fine. Evil plot backfire. Successfully created for Norbus Beetlebop. Oh no! The level 10 emergency happened. Who could have foreseen that?
I could have.
Oh, where's he?
Apparently Norbus has a tan. Good for him. It seems that a local supervillain's plot to steal all of the town's clouds has backfired. The clouds are getting sucked up alright, but now they're completely flooding the criminal hideout. They may be crooks, but they need your help.
I couldn't hear you over the sound of the natural disaster or the unnatural disaster.
That honestly, I couldn't hear myself over the sound of it.
No. I feel like these are in like reverse order of actual
Right? Yeah.
they took water vapor out of the air and put it into a cave, and now it's flooded. Is much more like, yeah, sure, that's the thing that, like, obviously you couldn't really do that with clouds, but like, okay, that's pretty basic compared to then like an X-ray somehow causing lightning, which is like, okay, that's not really how that works, but sure, it's really out there wild thing, sure. But that's still much less wild than space-time anomaly.
Right, which is somehow only level 7.
So
Like 2
I
levels
can only
below the next
assume.
one.
I can only assume that originally the space-time anomaly was the latest one, and then due to being a space-time anomaly, has distorted the order of events.
Oh, that's probably it.
Cool, dude. Dahamari. Orno. Keep.
We got a ribbon for this one. The other one
Kirinamatsu.
gave us like a medal and a trophy. This one gives a ribbon.
That seems cheaper than a trophy.
Well, we have all the awards now, so at least I think so. Let me check. Sims Wiki. Guess what? We are setting the same house on fire again. Ooh.
I think it would be really funny to just once set the house next to it on fire.
You have a point. So we got a trophy for rescuing 2 Sims, medal for rescuing 10 Sims, trophy for completing epic science facility disaster, trophy for completing gnome invasion, medal for completing hospital disaster, ribbon for completing epic warehouse disaster. Firefighters key to the town reach career level 10.
Gibbs!
I don't know if we
Epi, Jorb!
got that. And we'll also get a golden fire hydrant for saving 12 Sims after reaching the top of the career track. We should go for that. Talk to Lisa Cat. Talk to Bella Cat. I also have wishes to talk to cats.
Yeah.
So how's Arcana?
She's alright. She's just sort of been, you know, a cat, right? She's been hanging out and then coming up to me and being like, hey, I want attention. And then being given attention. And then being given food. And continuing to be a cat.
Yeah, work. I love the wiki page for Firefire. In trivia, it says co-workers can sometimes be disaster victims. They also do absolutely no work, ever. And if you have two sims,
passive aggressive.
if you have two sims that are working together, that are both firefighters and they're both in the same household, if you can send both to the same fire, but it can cause things to glitch out. So it is not recommended to do so. Nobody's running directly to the fire.
Jorb! Manoy! Bubble gap! Bubble gap!
Oh my god, Norbert's rolling a wish to put out 50 fires. I don't think so, buddy. Three trapped sims, 0 of 2. Okay. Where are they? Oh, they're on the roof. Or one of them is. The other one is where? It's not this guy.
Arbal! Hacha!
Who's the other sim?
You. In a shocking twist.
She comes home to see a non-existent fire and starts panicking.
Jorb!
Well, the only reason to panic over a non-existent fire is if you too are non-existent.
Yeah, no, there's no one else here to rescue. Just go home, Norbus. There's nothing else to be done. Okay, did you see that?
I did not. What was I?
He just kind of like clipped backwards to the stairs.
Sorry, I had a notification on my phone that I looked down to see and I missed it, I guess.
Oh my god, there's a fire! I know.
There's always a fire somewhere. Wait, no, that's dangerously close to actually being an insightful comment. Scratch that from the record.
He wants me to go put out the fires that I already put out and rescue the guy that doesn't exist.
It's an
I'll get right
excellent
on
description of generalized anxiety disorder.
Oh my god, I have to put the alarm in my family inventory because otherwise Norbus can't sleep.
Right. I need you to put out the fire that doesn't exist and save the person who isn't there. Just like, oh, okay, well, that's Yes, that's a very excellent, poetic, but accurate way of just describing having anxiety.
It's still going.
Uh,
Oh, there we go. You missed an emergency, but who cares? You professional slacker, so it doesn't affect your job performance. Sure. Good morning, Norbus.
Good Morbus.
Good Norbus. Let's set Philip on fire again.
Leah, were you here for our discussion about anime and souls?
So annoying, I don't get a key to the city. Oh well, I'll get it from other professions too.
You must collect all 7 keys of the city and unlock the seals, which will free the city from being the city.
Philip, get out of here. Love that I convinced him to run and he doesn't yell.
You know how it is.
Anyway, I think this is gonna actually complete the lesson wish.
Oh! Really? Oh.
Yep.
That, I miscounted. I thought we had like 3 more.
Nope. Let me get to the wheel up.
Oh boy.
Close ad. Come on. Wheel of wishes. And spin. Bottomless nectar cellar. Okay, that's an interesting one.
What is...
I mean,
Okay. So... What does that entail?
nectar is basically the GE-rated version of wine. We need to have a bunch of bottles of wine in our wine cellar.
Oh. That seems like that's probably not that hard compared to some of the other stuff.
Norbus alcohol time forever.
He's gonna need all that drinking to be able to forget what he did to achieve his dreams of being.
Bubble gum!
Oh, but I won't go there. I'm going to keep doing a few more fires just so we can get that save 12 sims after reaching the top of our career thing.
Yeah, right.
Just because, you know, might as well. When else are we going to get it?
It's true.
Cat noises.
Box, please.
Love it when cat noises.
With the kitty cat, am I right?
Yeah. We once again rolled one with no actual fire.
Quabezo.
What better indeed. Okay. Picture this. Picture this. You are in a fire, right? You're trapped. You're scared. There's flames all around you. You're just waiting for someone to come and save you. And you hear music. And it becomes upsettingly clear that the firefighter is playing the Sims 3 firefighter music from a speaker attached to their uniform as they are coming to save you.
We're still setting fires because there's an award for getting saving 12 sims after we hit the max level in our career, and that should just be a few more sims, so might as well.
Important to ruin other people's lives for your own benefit.
Deto, Bajua, Zom, Shobadu.
A bunch of singing people also, but
Baby cat. Important to take care of a kitty.
yeah, this cat hates ghosts. Hey, why is Philip here?
It's his house.
I don't think it is.
Luke!
Anyway, I sure hope this isn't bugged.
Mood.
Jorb.
Zag, Shamo.
Gigi.
Oh my god, another fire! Oh, there's more fire.
Oh, more fire. Not something you really want to hear very often, I think.
Will it let me go inside so I can put out the fire? I would like to go inside. Why is it not letting me put out large house fire? There we go, yes. Oh, Norbus is being sniffed. Never mind, he is no longer being sniffed.
Oh.
It is true that cat can be sniff you. Did you aware of this?
I am acutely aware of it. It's how I wake up most days.
Hi, Philip.
Skitcheglan! Chibiglan! So bitte Chiba!
You know, I'm not sure if it's gonna work.
Hmm.
We'll give it one more try tomorrow in game, and then if it doesn't work at that point, then it's not gonna work. And then we'll start focusing on our wine cellar.
We'll give it one more try tomorrow in game, and then if that doesn't work, we'll try it in real life.
Yeah. You know. I'm still thinking about this cat hates ghosts. I believe they're called greebles.
No, those are the little bits on like a board
Oh
cube.
yes, that too. Good morning, Philip. Be on fire.
Gimme. Hi, Philip. Stay in your hat.
Oh, sweet
Ah,
Glide.
Zimadu! Zimadu! Shimmy Bimso! Shimmy Bimso! Shimmy Bimso! Shimmy Bimso! Ah, Zimadu! Zimadu!
Fuzzy!
Oh! Debbie Dipto! Debbie Dipto!
I'm beginning to suspect that this Save 12 Sims after reaching max level award doesn't exist.
No. It was,
Because these last two
you
things
know,
were like 6 at this house alone.
yeah. It was fabricated as a way to trick people into,
Buying more fires.
yeah. How did you know?
And this will bring us to 9 just in this house alone, and then we definitely did more than 3 at the other house after hitting level 10, so... If this doesn't do it, nothing will.
It turns out there's a level 11. And, oh, we weren't high level.
Oh, hey. We actually just got it.
Ah! Okay.
I mean, it seemed we got it for putting out fires instead of rescuing people, which tells me that the stated conditions are incorrect, but...
Oh, that, you know, I remember there was some quest in Destiny that everyone thought was, like, bugged and wasn't working, and it turned out that, like, what had actually happened was they had changed what the requirements were, but they didn't think to change what, like, the text that's displayed to the player is. Right? Like, it was very clear that if you actually looked at it, that they had originally designed it one way. They left the text for that, changed it to something else, and never updated the text, because you could go and you could see, like, on a page that no one would ever bother actually, like, going to, because you never have to go into it to see the details. Everything's generally just sort of on the initial description, that it was what it was supposed to be, but the description just didn't match it. But it was the kind of thing where, like, that's not auto-generated. It was like, right, it was like a piece of lore, so it had to be, like, written by a person. And they just, yeah, they never fixed it. So for like a week, everyone thought that this thing was broken when it was actually just they were not given the correct information.
Also, I'm doing another one here just for the sake of it, and also I want to have it so I build this car and go to the next level. Then I'll get the key to the city, maybe.
We need to do something very nice for the people who live here after this.
Turns out the answer is no, I do not get the key to the city.
And we have, like, a meteor made of gold strike their backyard. Or, like, have them find, like, a genie lamp with a genie that isn't going to lure them into misery. Or, like, just something to make up for the fact that we've made the last however many weeks of their life absolutely the worst.
Got another reward certificate to put down here. There we go. Okay. Speaking of down here. We need to start building our wine cellar.
Oh, and then how much wine do we need to actually put into the wine cellar?
I forgot. Find out in a moment.
And, like, it doesn't need to be of any specific quality. It just needs enough wine? Or does it have to be, like,
I need, like, a
expensive
certain, like, a value amount as well.
Oh, okay. So here's what you do. You buy the cheap box stuff. Then you just pour it into fancy looking bottles. It's the same. It all tastes like shit.
Let's see, the wallpaper in here. Yeah, let's use this one, I think. And for the flooring, I think that. Need some ceiling lights. That looks not good, but decorative presents, not a ceiling light. Sort by function. Lighting, ceiling lights. Here we go. Ooh, that's good. That's bad. Let's use this one.
Mm.
Let me make sure that's off now. Somewhere in here. I think it's in here. Seems to be nectar making. I'm Googling it. We have to go to France. Just real quick. Oh no, my fire engine's wearing out.
Tigana.
Oh
What
wait,
did the
we're
French
about to
ever
get the
do
key.
for us?
Hold on, we're getting the key.
Oh, perfect.
How do I? How do I get it?
We'll never know. To get the key, you have to get through the locked door.
Norbus, are you walking? I mean, okay, I guess. Just, no, that's dumb. Norbus. Go to community lot. That one. No.
Has Norbus attained self-awareness again?
Is this the thing where we have to use the police, like when we had to use the police car again?
Dib web.
Lapoi!
The celebration of great success for Norbus is starting now at City Hall.
Flazuki!
And he's going to miss it, just like his graduation.
Oh my gosh.
Abuiga Nazim!
Bogaba!
Norbu Naxo!
Salpi Tardu!
Lapoi!
Tika Tura Tigu! Huba
Jamo
Dubri!
Plaza!
Rudolph
Rudolph
Asurdo!
Asurdo!
Bazu!
Boobsy
Or
Manor! Hamada!
Haguji. Webno.
Bata! Woo! Blessing Gertzo!
We did such a great job being a firefighter. Quit work.
Varpy Geen! Lapoi! Woo!
Okay, to the city.
You just like, they have a party for giving you the key to the city. Mid-party, you walk out of it and are just never seen again.
Gasha booba nips now!
Gee,
Whoa!
Whitney Motor!
Norbus has quit his job. Why did the... No, I don't want to discuss kelp recipes, thank you. I love that his first wish now is to join criminal career. Now we're going to France. Just briefly.
I'm
Zob Degawagam. And to live Ziv.
Please.
Oh god. We're gonna have to ditch the fire engine, aren't we? Gonna have to like put it in our family inventory or something.
Hmm.
There, we'll take the space car with us to France. France time. I like we can see the Eiffel Tower there in the loading screen.
You can always see the Eiffel Tower in France. It's their curse.
Welcome to France. First things first, to the bookstore. Space Car 5.
Space Car 5.
This is very weird to me because I did a test file testing stuff with detonation with an alternate universe version of Norbus and he just blew up France, and it's very weird to be here with stuff not being exploded.
It remembers.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Barso Miss Badula Cog.
Cat hates
Seems
ghosts.
Wamasabalu. Blaga?
Grablock.
Hmm.
Makisi.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's buy books on nectar making. A recipe for cheese plate and bouillabaisse crepes. We don't need to buy the recipe for frog's legs because we learned it from TV.
Also, because
Sizzle.
no one would ever actually want to eat frog's legs. Take.
Oh, Bashina.
Mm.
Hi, teach me some songs.
Nozon Mashta.
Masa-
No.
Tan.
Pompache no tu kizon shebu kizas pato.
Pompache no du.
Monsinu Monsewa Ibinu
There we go. Now we have 4 songs We have the 2 Chinese songs and the 2 French songs. Perhaps later
The
we
two
will get...
nations of the world.
Well, there's the 3rd nation, Egypt. We'll go there later. Where's the nectary? It's around here somewhere. Is it even marked on the map properly? How do I know what the nectary is? Oh, there you are. Champs-les-Sims nectary. Love things just randomly having a detonate button. So good.
Farble. Websy Nobela.
Mm.
Haba. Lurherbo. He's a Vamajig.
He's Rack. Chelian.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to purchase a nectar maker and also this, I think. Checking. Yes. Hold on. How many of these do I need again? Each rack can hold 15 bottles. So to get 50 bottles, I need like 4. I can afford a bunch, so let's get a bunch. And where do I get to this?
Silso. Ushka.
And now I want to go to the...
So if wine is nectar, then what is nectar?
Huh?
So if wine is called nectar for weird child friendliness reasons, what is nectar called?
Wine.
Yeah, okay. The bees gathering their wine.
Yeah. I'm remembering, I think one of the more recent Ace Attorney games, Spirit of Justice, I think, had a bit with grape juice, and it was like, oh, grape juice, and someone was like, don't you mean like the fermented variety? No, this isn't wine, this is grape juice. Like they actually say wine, I think.
Grape juice tastes better anyway.
Looking for something particular. That's not the one. Nope. Nope. Looking for the pivert. Pivert? You. Really? Jean-Luc Pivert? Come on. So theoretically, somewhere around here, there should be a pomegranate tree.
Mm. I did get the Picard vineyard wine kit, even though I don't drink wine, just because it came with like branded glasses and a cutting board.
Nope, I'm apparently just stealing all of his harvestables.
Mm.
I only actually needed the pomegranates. And now, return home. And farewell.
You'll never have to come back to France again.
Larsa Day?
We'll be back
Shippy
a while
Vepsa
later once we get like the
Zimza Zaga Day.
explorer stuff.
No.
World
I don't actually have anything against France.
World
That's just-
Adventures tomb exploration is actually quite fun.
Oh, they do have the catacombs. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah.
No, I for some reason my brother just as an ongoing joke, constantly acts as though France has literally never done anything worthwhile. As and it's as a joke, but it's just rubbed off on me. It's like, no, they haven't done a lot of stuff. They've done a couple of major things, and a lot of other stuff that kind of maybe negates that. But they're not, The food sucks though.
So we have to do some more gardening again. We're gonna plant these pomegranates.
I really do not understand the frog's legs thing. Or the snails. How is that?
I mean,
I don't
lobster has no right being a luxury.
I agree with that, right? I agree.
I think it's the same type, probably the same type of thing.
Yeah, but it's an entire cuisine that seems to be built on that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Who can say?
Especially just compared to, in terms of cuisine, right? Italy. I mean, okay, fine. I guess it's in theory better than England, but that's only because England doesn't have any.
Oh, Norva's
Just, for that
teleporting
area.
moments. Norvis, why did you come back from vacation over here?
Well,
No, I don't.
Scenic
That's
route.
why I ask. Oh, someone's exploding in their car. Yes, that is the terminology
Me
I
when
use.
when in traffic.
Me when there's problems.
I mean, me when there's problems would just be me all the time, right? Because
Why
there's
do I
never
have a
not
second
problems.
fire engine? Anyway, this is going in the family inventory. It's a
Fire
problem.
engines are multiplying.
But more to the point, it's going in the family inventory because it keeps trying to take priority as the vehicle, and I don't want it to do that.
Hmm.
This room is way too big. Oh, nice. The family inventory rearranged itself. Forgot it does that. Okay. I was like, oh god, I'm being haunted. Okay, let me grab 4 life fruits from the fridge to use as fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
And we will plant many pomegranates.
Mini pomegranates.
Hey, what wish did I even just accomplish there? I wasn't paying attention. It's probably fine. Alright, so those will start growing. In the meantime, let's start reading all these books we got.
Oh boy, what books we got?
Well, first we have fish, 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 fish.
1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, 4 fish, 5 fish, 6 fish.
Now we can learn how to make crepes. We can learn how to make bouillabaisse, and we can read a book on how to make a cheese plate. Because
It's one of those things where, like, I'm sure, like, I feel like I've seen books that are entirely just like the art of arranging cheese plates or whatever.
Kablookie!
And it really feels like it's one of those things like, look, I appreciate that there's a lot more, like, there is, a lot of work that has to be put into making that, presenting that in the most appealing way.
However,
I feel like maybe a pamphlet would cover it, though. Right? Not like a full book.
Darbo! Jeebs! Huh?
At a full book of cheese plate arranging, I feel like you're just gonna get into like stuff that's sort of on the degree of, remember the giant document for designing the new Pepsi logo that
oh god, yeah,
clearly like you're like
bowl of Pepsi.
Yeah, it's like well, okay. No, it's fun, and it's actually I like that they did that, but they didn't need to. They could have been like, we redid it this way. We're going to explain very succinctly this, fits with modern design trends. This is this idea.
Redesign your cheese plate. Yeah. We know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I remember a video game tip I wrote in a conversation with Leo once that was just tip, like hint, you can lure the white boy out of his lair by using the cheese and crackers item. I should speak in video game tips more often. I think everyone should, actually.
It's true. I want to figure out how to open console commands.
Don't we all?
Spawn opportunity for socializing with people in person so I do not get mad.
Spawn large house fire.
See, yeah, but same idea, right? Spawn opposite of large house fire. Spawn large house.
Spawn large house.
Zavani Gertz.
True, Norbis.
On functioning democracy. Error I have not found.
Norbis,
well,
to the library. All aboard the Norbis mobile.
Choo choo. Wouldn't that be wild if, just by total coincidence, an alien ship's drive happens to make a noise that sounds remarkably like, an old train? Because plenty of things that are, not remotely the same thing make weirdly, similar sounds, right?
Yeah. I think it's worth mentioning that we are now capable of upgrading our car to have either laser cannons or space travel.
What, only one or the other?
Only one or the other, annoyingly, yeah. Their upgrades are mutually exclusive in this game.
What does this imply about space travel?
And the next question is, how did they get here if it doesn't have space travel already installed?
Well, maybe it did, and, that broke in the landing, and then...
Ah, zooch.
Norbus has improved his nectar making to level 5.
Bangomadas, Fligu.
Fazoo. Who that
Big bazoo.
Lepso tea.
I love the
I'm
random.
so tea.
I love all the random Simlish words.
Mm.
Norbus is already getting so good at making nectar.
Chagakorg.
He has learned what the bees know.
Barnuk Yazuchi. Armor Gurg.
Valabas. Zami. Dingda Duza. Bemi.
Lefu.
Ah, Gunadaka. Imad. Juxiptigo and Greedabop. Hi, Vitor. Tugini. Yalargo. Rex.
Norbus gonna master scaling one day. I think he is.
Has he not done that before?
He probably has, but it's just after taking so long and stuff like dancing and gambling, it's over.
Oh, yeah, fair. Yeah.
Norbus has mastered nectar making. Good job, Norbus. You've not made a single bottle yet.
I always knew they were exaggerating how hard it was.
So I'm gonna start off just by making some like really bad nectar, just because there's a thing to make various combinations. Haha, 69 vehicles have been removed. That's the funny number.
Again, just going back to like, well, what if like, if our universe is a simulation and it is like a Norb, like not right, closer to Norbus than, you know, like, what if like, okay, like imagine you meet like the person, like I'm not gonna say God because it's a simulation. That's not, you know, a fair. But you imagine you find like you meet the being who programmed our simulation. It's like, so why is, you know, the constant for the speed of light this? And it turns out that it's because that's just like a meme number in their world. Right? It would be like if we made a simulation where, like, you know, the mathematical constant for something was, you know, 69 or 420.
I think we should do that.
It turns out like the mathematical equation of fate itself is the, you know, hyperdimensional equivalent of 42069. It's like, this sucks.
Norbus, go.
Like, I feel like I saw it must have been on Tumblr because I never, like, literally never, like, checked the website itself anymore. But like a Saturday morning breakfast cereal that was like asking God why we have 3 space dimensions but only 1 time dimension. And it says because the universe is, you know, optimized for creating hamburgers. And explains that if you have 2 time dimensions, it's much more difficult to, like, schedule a meeting, and therefore much more difficult to start a burger chain.
That's very specific.
And I forget what they say, but they're like, you know, the humans like, oh, so we're not, you know, but like, some comment about like the quality of the universe. Or like, or like, we're still your favorite universe or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, the taco universe is probably my favorite, but this one's still pretty good. Which raises the question of why would making the best tacos require a different structure than making the best burgers based on the explanation given?
Nas margi. Jorb. 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 Jerkers bazoo.
So apparently I don't need to worry too much about getting the Mixmaster Challenge, which is make 15 different nectar combinations, because it can bug out and reset itself. Anytime you travel, it resets. Forgot that was what he would be wearing.
If they bit so don't.
There's Goobit.
Just gonna keep going, huh? This blend of nectar is absolutely terrible. What would you like to call it?
France.
Just France,
No.
or just France?
I mean, I was just, yeah, yes.
Smart.
France, multiple.
Yeah, French is the plural. The singular is French.
Shaxa Zimbo.
Alright, I think we should make one that's like all bananas except for 1 plasma fruit.
I mean, that seems like that might actually be good. Again, I'm assuming, like, I'm imagining this with actual fruit flavors and not the taste of alcohol, which ruins anything that it's in.
Spinning the wheel.
Spin the wheel, pull the lever. Spin the wheel, pull the lever. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
goes. I'll have dinner, Norbus. Funny Norbus eat a chili. This Nestor Bud is pretty good. What do you want to name it?
Hmm. Nectar _1 first draft new save.
What was it? Nectar _ first draft
I don't know, like new save or whatever. Like I don't know, like just like something that's like very clear. Like okay, we're actually clearly.
All right, Norbus, come get your juice. And then Sleppy. Oh no, Ogbu Quomifash is getting pretty old.
Who?
I don't know, man. "104 vehicles have been removed." So half grapes, half bananas. Mass produce. Well, these trees are growing up big and strong and through the roof.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
We already have a bookshelf that does that anyway.
Yeah. At least we built a hole for it. Okay, let's go. We have acquired additional rewards. So many of these. We'll just scan the map for pink diamonds again. While I remember to. This blend of nectar is absolutely terrible. What would you like to call it?
Jusilon the Devastator.
Spelling?
I don't know, man. However, whatever makes it look like it reads most like a, pulp sci-fi villain.
Okay, could you repeat it so I can sound it out?
Jusilon the Devastator.
Jusilon. Spell check Devastator. I think that's right.
Hang on.
And if not,
Sure.
too bad. Alright, because we traveled, our phone now no longer is muted. Because obviously that makes sense.
I mean, not really, but what are you gonna do?
Complain?
Yeah, there is that, isn't there?
Let's serve Jusilon the Devastator. Drink Jusilon the Devastator. It still counts as number of sims served 0. Oh, maybe now. Number of sims served 1. Okay, good. That should theoretically prevent that from resetting now. When nectar tastes that bad, it should just be left in the bottle. Alright, let's make a new flavor blend. Alright, let's see. What do you think?
Let me think.
We need a total of 10.
Do you need a total of 10?
They've got bananas, limes, apples, watermelons, grapes,
Okay,
and
yeah. Lime, banana, grape, apple, apple.
Okay. Squish the fruit.
Oh.
Make nectar. Mass produce. Get it going. And now we wait. Go play some blackjack, Norvis. This is not a very good blend of nectar. What would you like to call it?
Carl.
Just Pearl?
Carl.
Oh, Carl. We've acquired 6 bottles of Carl. normal sentence.
Yeah.
Let's make another blend. I think we should just do all watermelon.
Yeah. Why not? I'll be spared the results regardless, given that I'm allergic.
What would you like to name this batch of nectar? I guess just melon water.
Yeah.
Oh, and a save.
Definitely not melonwater.jpg.
We just juiced a watermelon and put it in a bottle.
Yeah. What if I hit something and now all my computer windows have gone? Weird.
Cake nectar.
Okay, there you are. Where'd the chat go? There it is. Okay.
We have $325 of nectar out of 10,000. Alright, add fruit. I'm thinking we put 10 limes in this time.
Yep.
Just lime juice.
Yeah, why not? People will pay unreasonable quantities of money for that, I'm sure.
Ah yes, our purple lime juice.
I don't know what color you were expecting it to be.
Not that one. I think we'll name this lime juice Kill. Because you're just drinking lime juice.
I think that...
That's reasonable.
I mean, I can think of various other jokes, but I think that works, yeah.
Kill multiple.
I'm just thinking of there's a Loading Ready Run sketch where it is a restaurant owner meeting with a hot sauce salesperson. Right? They're like, we want to, buy hot sauce to use in our restaurant. What have you got? And just, the whole joke of the sketch is increasingly, terrifying sounding, much spicier hot sauces that, become comical in the degree of hot sauceness to the point that, like, one of them, they bring the waiter over, try it, and they cease to exist because it was so spicy, it went back in time and killed their parents or whatever. I'm just sort of imagining the nectar like that. I don't know. It's like, this nectar is so bad.
This one is, the plasma fruit one is going to be Beyond Blood.
That feels like it should be the subtitle to, like, some, like, direct-to-video sequel in the 90s.
Okay, this one's just going to be straight up apple juice.
Wait, no. Osmosis Jones 2, Beyond Blood.
Okay, getting rid of these pomegranate trees now that we have better ones, so we can then chain them up into being higher quality.
If they bit so die. Woo!
Of course, we'll grab some life fruit.
Oh, ugh.
And something explodes. What explodes?
I don't know.
Ah. Trash compactor.
They do that.
Jorb is vibing in a single moment in time. Alright, we'll put the apple juice in. Alright, let's make a new blend. You know, have pomegranates to work with as well.
Pomegranate. Wait, let me make that bigger. How many pomegranates do we have?
We have 9 pomegranates.
2 more pomegranates. Grape.
Love the JPEG of the fruit in the barrel.
1 more pomegranate. And 5 apples.
Okay.
If they bit so die.
Mass produce. Woo woo.
Woo woo.
Hey woo. This is not a very good blend of nectar. What would you like to call it?
One-way ticket to Hades.
What was that one Tumblr post that was just I approached the blender?
It's like some fruit from fairy realms and pomegranate from Hades.
And I approached the
And
blender.
I approached the blender, and the comments like, you shouldn't eat the blender either.
Yeah. Alright, what next?
I don't know, man. This is why I never cook anything. Fruit.
That'll
Cook
do.
fruit in.
are in.
And name this one just like, you know, the usual, oh right, I have to save this piece mesh.
Love that the nectar machine goes woo every time. Kind of.
As it should.
But we have enough bottles, we should make them higher quality now instead of number. I just like, nah, I have to actually go to France to buy a second one. Oh, that was a slight tactical blunder.
Hmm.
You may wonder, what is scorpion juice? I don't know either.
You know how it is.
No, I don't actually. I think I just said that.
But do you not know that you don't know?
A Grek philosopher.
No, the Greek philosophers did know that they didn't know.
Yes.
I believe it was a Frenchman who said that we couldn't know if we didn't know.
But do we know that
Yeah.
they didn't know that they knew?
Live footage of an argument between Descartes and Kant. Well, how do you know that you know anything? I don't know. I'm not sure that we can know that we know everything. Well, how do you know that? I don't know. Just evolved and like, I don't know that you don't know. Do you know? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You gotta fit behold a man in there somewhere, somehow.
God, who was the... I feel like Berkeley was probably the, like, Diogenes of that situation. Right, because Kant and Descartes both were kind of talking about, like, ways of knowing the world which exists outside of our minds. And Berkeley was like, what if... Or Barclay, right? It's spelled the same as the city, but it's British, so it's... and Barclay was like, what if there isn't a world out there and the world only exists because we think it does?
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it feels like that's kind of the same as the, you know, what is a man? Oh, a featherless
Miserable
biped.
pile of secrets.
Sure, that too. But in the case of Diogenes, right, the featherless biped, and then he comes in with the black chicken. I feel like if you're talking about like what is knowing something, like there's no object you can come in with and say like, look, this is knowing something, other than, you know, knowing something. But there, everyone's arguing like, well, you have to, but there has to be a thing that you know. Like, I guess the alternate would actually just be that Descartes, I think, therefore I am, is the behold a man, because like, well, I know that I know that.
This philosophy stuff is easy.
But as we were saying earlier, now of course people are like, do you actually know that you're thinking, or do you just think that you're thinking, but you don't even think that you're thinking that you're thinking because actually you're not conscious? Which is like, well, but how can I? But then I wouldn't be conscious to think that I'm conscious. Well, you're not. It's like, look, guys. I know you're really dead set on this whole like materialist explanation of consciousness, but I kind of think that you're hitting a brick wall here. We only think that we can think. Yeah. Okay, then we can think.
Case closed. What's that one Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy bit where the man proves to God that God doesn't exist, and so God disappears in a puff of logic?
I don't remember his name, but I remember part of the argument. No, wait, is that?
It was the
I know there's a
fish.
part where someone uses the babblefish as like evidence of God.
Yeah, it proves you exist, therefore you don't.
Yeah.
Because it was like, without faith I am nothing, but it proves you exist, therefore you don't. Oh dear,
Yeah,
said God, I have
yeah,
to
because then
talk
it's
with
not
that.
faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Which is like.
Norbert's upgrading the microwave by hitting it rapidly and repeatedly with a hammer.
I mean, how do you fix the microwave?
You show who's boss, Norbus. Ooh, perfect pomegranate trees. That's what I want to see. Anyway, since I've maxed out, yeah. To max out handiness, I can get to work inventing.
Alright. What are we going to invent first?
I don't know, we'll find out together. We invented the whale toy. Behold.
Yeah. Alright. Weird.
Let's invent something else, Norbus.
Ow!
Norbus hurts himself with a blowtorch ASMR. Oh, she's going stir crazy, but that's fine.
I mean, I can tell you from experience. I'm sure plenty of people can tell you from experience. No, it's not.
Norbus has invented the improved flying fighters.
Norbus has become the military-industrial complex.
Oh no. I mean, he's gonna join the military eventually in order to become an astronaut.
God, isn't that a depressing thought? I want to go to space. Cool, kill people first.
Yeah, somehow astronaut
We have to
is
make
the end.
sure.
Yeah, somehow astronaut is the end of the military career track in this game. It makes
That's
no
propaganda.
sense. Oh,
That's actually just straight up propaganda, right? We're gonna teach kids that if they want to be an astronaut, they should join the military.
He just rolled.
Oh my god.
He wants to sell the workbench.
Understandable. Understandable.
That's very funny.
That's it. That's excellent.
Norbus has invented the improved floating duck.
As opposed to something
Valorky.
else.
It's not really floating. Norbus, I'm not impressed. Norbus has run out of scrap to invent with. Oh my.
Mm.
Norbus bedtime.
Norbus bedtime.
We all wish we had a Norbus bedtime. We've all been there.
Sure.
I love how you can still tell some of the times of this game's production because you get a wish to play video/computer games. And not just video games.
Yeah. God, yeah, no one does say computer game anymore, do they?
No.
I legitimately could not tell you when that happened, though.
Yeah. Sometimes things just evolve. And we don't expect it. Tend the garden. Nova Cat is unroutable. Holly's hideaway made profits. Really incredible that it manages to make the exact same amount of profit every day. It's very impressive. Time to go dig through the junk piles for more scrap. Sounds of ghost. Oh, the dregs are here. Sound of spooky ghost possession. Oh my god, they can possess an entire scrap pile? Good lord.
Oh god, I've seen that anime.
Jeeb, Gamma do? Huh? Oh, I go. Yeet!
Norbus, go home. And we're gonna take these nice little items that we just got.
And we're going to perform some form of war crime, I suspect.
Okay, well, the alarm clock is useless, but the other items we will detonate.
I was right. I knew it.
Waso Tonga. Zipso Zum. Uba Monts no.
Now you may be wondering, was it worth the price for 1 unit of scratch each? No, but it was satisfying, so...
That's the important part. It's always the important part.
Wait, Norbus, you're stinky. Smelly.
Stinky, smelly.
I
Does
stink,
Jorb just have a skeleton?
You know, I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? If he wasn't immortal, we could find out by having him get eaten by a shark. Which, yeah,
I'm not sure how being immortal stops you from getting eaten by a shark.
Actually, you know, come to think of it, yeah, I think he could still get resurrected by being eaten by a shark. Hi, hello, and many peppers.
Hello.
Norbus is inventing while he waits for his garden to grow for his wine endeavors. I mean nectar. Norbus, bedtime.
More biscuit.
It's spooky day.
Spooky day, my favorite.
Spooky, scary skeletons and spookies down your skeletons.
Smudgy. Checkers Bazoo. Gerbil. Gerbil.
Checkers Bazook. Nas Maragin. Nas
It is
Maragin.
very silly that you can't have all upgrades simultaneously on an item.
Chergover. Nas Maragin. Chergover.
How they sell more items.
Chergover.
Ball conspiracy from Big Norbus.
Nas Maragin. Chergover.
That we're going to make a very fun batch of nectar here.
Oh boy. I can probably. I'm gonna have to call it at 4. So.
Alright, noted.
Giving you.
Maybe Leah will be free of the agonies by then. So, 9 life fruit and 1 pomegranate.
That feels like that should actually, like,
Yeah.
some Greek mythology joke.
I was like, what else was having Norbus do? Oh, right, invent. Norbus has discovered how to make an airbender. Hang?
The first airbender.
Norbus, the first airbender.
Well, you can't expect it to get things right on the first try.
Someone please draw Norbus doing the Aang like airbender pebble thing. This bottle of life nectar is absolutely amazing. What do you want to name it? The good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some joke about, like, it just being nectar, right?
Look
Since
at the
that's where we
value
get
on
that word
this.
from. What?
Look at the value on this.
Ooh, yeah.
This is the good stuff.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, place ingredients for the good stuff.
I mean, again, we get the word nectar from like the Greek word for, like, the drink of the gods, right?
Yeah.
So in the spirit of heaven being the good place, the good stuff.
The good stuff. Norbus's kill. Again.
It happens.
Have some pasta, Norbus. How Norbus is going to sleep while singed from an explosion.
Oh, you're not supposed to let people fall asleep while they're singed from an explosion.
Well, bad news.
It's also not. That's like, obviously referencing the concussion thing. That's also not true then either.
Why do I keep getting visited by elderly aliens?
They age very quickly. In the time it takes, like, they weren't elderly when they left their planet. Alright?
And there goes the alien. Goodbye. Farewell.
Woo!
Yin Ning.
Yin Nings. We have made more of the good stuff.
Well, now we'll hit the thing in no time.
Yeah,
Splart!
that's the idea.
Yeah.
Hey, we made this mining machine earlier, so let's just start digging holes.
Alright. I love holes.
Cool.
Wait, no, that sounded weird.
Me too, man. A good book. Good author, Blue Sacker. Weird that, like, he wrote Holes and also wrote, like, the Wayside School book, but those seem like two very different genres.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not... Because the Wayside School books I remember actually liking.
Yeah, no, same author as Holes.
Never really liked Holes very much.
these ingredients for the good stuff. Wow.
Like, as a kid, I thought it was boring, and then having lived through being sent away to a place where adults make you do tedious work for no reason, it's like, no, wait, this, not only is this boring, this sucks. I didn't get any freaking treasure or some shit. Whatever happens, I just got trauma.
Ooh.
Let's see if we can get some mercury ingots in the mail. Now, you may be
Mercury ingots.
Yeah, now you might be thinking, that makes no sense, and you'd be correct.
Well, I
However,
mean, not at room temperature it doesn't.
not at room yeah. The thing is, like, sometimes you get, like, vials of mercury after sending it to go get, quote, smelted. And sometimes you get mercury ingots. And I have not determined any kind of pattern as to which you get. So, like, you know, don't worry about it. Alright, we've made some good stuff. Oh! Place in rack? Yay! Da-da-da. That means wish count now is 14. Yeah, come on. Why did my mouse suddenly stop responding? Nope. Okay, there we go.
Alright.
14. Turn on the wheel.
Alright. I will stick around for the wheel, and then I should go.
Probably a good spot to call it anyway.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Next time we will... become a creature-robot crossbreeder.
I don't... Okay.
Which is reach level 9 in the science career track.
Alright.
Pretty easy. And just get some, I don't know, we can become a super nanny. I'm running out of things to buy.
What a problem to have.
Right? So yeah, thanks for joining me, Jason. And next time, more Norbus.
Yeah, Morbius.
Morbius. Good
No,
night,
not
everybody.